Well, okay. That is right in front of me. Happy Friday. Made it to the end of another week for us retired people. Friday isn't terribly much different from like Wednesday or even Monday because it's just like, what are we going to do today? It's the same as any other day, but the rest of you who actually have like jobs, oh, so sad. Yeah, coming to the end of the week, if that's your work week, Monday through Friday. I know some people have different work week hours. Anyway, why am I going on about Friday? Because that might be an important day or not for you. At any rate, it is time for Relaxing Painting with Dice and Dungeons. Dice and Dungeons is a Twitch streaming show. We have painting on almost every... Yes, I will do a flip. Almost every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 10 until 2, more or less. And we do a stream of our Dice and Dungeons campaign on Sundays at 2 with live chat. And if you can, please join that, because the campaign has... Well, actually, the campaign has just completed a really intricate heist. And we are now about to embark on a totally different kind of adventure, probably a difficult and deadly one, because our DM is like that. There is the promise at least, that our characters will level up and become level 5. So after playing practically every week for over a year, we are now maybe going to be level 5. So that tells you just how well we're treated. Let me find something to flip here. All I've got are like sticks and X-Acto knives and things. Yeah, I could flip this. This is good. There's a side with paint spots and a side with green paint spots. Let's see what happens. Yeah, there we go. That's not bad, actually. That's a pretty decent flip. Oops, I'm going to raise this camera even though it's up higher, because it gives me a better chance of staying in the field of view. What I'm working on is my D&D figure. Will appear after we level up, assuming that actually really does happen. This is Ulseth Ralph, a furbog fighter. This is what I started out as. I have leather armor, Tashir Anun leather armor that I got from my mentor, Lon Firon, who taught me how to use the weapons of Tashir Alar and Alashalar. And had a nice backpack with some rope and a bedroll and that sort of thing. The armor was gleaming, so it's really quite nice and shiny. It did not actually fit me this well. It was made for an elf, and if you look at the pictures that are drawn online, you can see that it's kind of, in reality, just sort of hung on with leather straps rather than fitting very well. So this was my character now, and has been for quite a while, and along the way I have acquired plate, which has proven to be pretty helpful in keeping me from being completely killed, although the mobs that we've been encountering seem to be able to break through the plate armor more easily than they were actually breaking through the old leather armor. So I don't know why that has happened. Some sort of evil plot. So what I'm going to be doing today is coming close to finishing this up, I hope. I got the base coat of the armor done, and the pants, the boots have been painted and shaded. The backpack has turned out pretty decent. Okay. Painted that up and shaded it with umber wash. So that's looking pretty good. It's got these things hanging on the back here and a nice bright red potion of some sort. I need to finish the whole head and face, so there's a lot of detail there. And the other thing I acquired along the way is, hi, medicinal shy guy. You know, why we can't use those in combat. It kind of did during the heist. No, they were used as part of a ruse. But yeah, I know. Our bard, Tabaxi Bard, had used the 9s, the number 9, but with an S, multiple 9s, I guess. Had been really, really good at getting people to throw off the fetters of their enslavement to wages or whatever, and do a little rebellion. We used to get all sorts of allies in battles that way by getting them to turn against their masters. But lately we haven't been able to do that very much. People seem to be I don't know, maybe we need to rejuvenate barrel chicken. Maybe what we need to do is get at least a firkin of barrel chicken, if not a barrel of barrel chicken, and carry it with us, because that always used to work. Hi. Yeah, so the other thing, there actually is one magical weapon that was good for combat, and not my gum socks. That leaves a trail of gum, but the sword. We got this flamey sword. It's really does, unless someone's immune to fire. And we have run into a couple of mobs that, fire healed them rather than hurt them, so we discovered that and had to give this up. But this flamey sword does a fair amount of damage if it actually hits. Anyway, I need to complete the head and the face. I need to do the sword, especially the flamey part. And what I decided to do is different than the original. I thought, we'll have an unembellished armor. It's just plate mail, right? But I decided that the ulseth Ralph, true to his Tashira training, would want to embellish his armor just a little bit. And the Tashira colors, as you can see here in this old one, were green with silver highlights. Well, I'm not going to paint this whole armor green, but I'm going to go back with the green and the silver kind of theme. Yeah, we do need barrel chicken. I don't know how many viewers the flame sheath. I'm not really sure how that would work. Would the sheath be flamed up? Would the sheath contain the flames when I activate it with flame on, which seems to be the way you activate everything that's fired? So whenever anyone says flame on, Zoria's frying pan. Okay, well, the 0 viewers, we love the 0 viewers, so maybe we can have a reminiscence thing. Maybe sometime when we are, just taking a long rest in a safe place, if that ever happens again, and we're sitting in the luxurious tent that Zoria carries in the bag of holding, when we're just sitting there and we're doing our training on our zither and our fervent tech, we can reminisce about barrel chicken. We could say, remember the time when? And we'd all go look at each other and say, we all remember times when. What time when are you really talking about? And one of us would say the time when we fomented a revolution. And we'll go, yeah, we did that a couple of times, which time, on and on like that, because we need to fill the time on the stream somehow, if nothing is happening other than a long rest. character that doesn't really know our history, where we could reminisce and they could be amazed. No, that's not what barrel chicken is, actually. I mean, that could work, but barrel chicken is a quasi-magical item that we created. So maybe if we ever ran into a fairly new character that has joined us maybe just recently that we haven't really told our tragic backstory to, as we've listened to theirs, maybe we could reminisce about some of our previous adventures. We could spend like an entire episode just sort of reminiscing. It'd be the equivalent of multiple flashbacks. We could even replay some of them. We could get our DM to set up the dungeons, and we could replay some of our battles. That kind of thing. So I think that's a really good idea. Maybe we could just make that happen. I don't know if the DM is going to be watching this stream. I don't think so. So they're not privy to this conversation. So maybe like next time we have a long rest and we have a new character that is just sort of being played by the DM to round out our group, one of those happens to be with us. No, that potato and the biscuit are gone. We wanted to go back to the portal and throw something in again over and over and over, just, so that we would have something like that. Although, if I recall correctly, Zoria ate part of the biscuit and rolled a die, and we never found out what happened. Nothing bad happened immediately, but maybe the DM just totally forgot about that. That would be good, actually. So what I'm going to be doing, since this is supposed to be about painting, right, is painting the head and the flamey sword, and I'm going to be using gloss green, which is what this armor was, this nice dark gloss green, to paint some highlights, like the raised on the shoulder armor here. There's this raised edge around the outside. I'm going to paint it that dark green, and this a little bit here on the brims, and the rivets that I was just going to paint steel, actually did paint steel. I'm going to paint those that dark green as well. So there won't be a lot of it, mainly on the shoulders and the arms, and a little bit here. And I think there's some like rivet things up here. Paint those the dark green, and we'll see how that looks. I think it should come out pretty well. The other thing I'm going to do, which will be kind of boring to some of the viewers and maybe not to some others, is we got these new colors, like these new Viejo colors. Flesh and orange fire and so on. And for the flamey sword, I really have kind of, if you look here, I've got kind of limited colors. I've got like yellow and red and a couple of oranges that I've used for fire, like campfires in the past, because that's all we have. But I'm going to do a color chart with the new colors that could be part of a flame, because I want the flamey part of the flamey sword to look pretty cool. But it looks like what I need to do first, though, is I need to touch up the armor, because I had used steel to kind of paint the rivets here and there, and it didn't go that well. So I'm going to pull out just little bits of the original armor colors and repaint those. I think, let me see. Amaranth. That's cool. I'm sure that there was a pink in it. Can't believe we didn't get pink. Oranges and yellows. There's a lot of colors to try out that are new. There's a nice purple, a really pretty blue color. We have to do a special order for the pink. That's really kind of surprising that it's not in here. Well, that's a real disappointment. So thank you for the reminder. Oh yeah, I was doing dark aluminum on main body and duraluminum on the shoulders and all of them. So these paints can go really long ways, so I'm not even going to squeeze any out. There's no point in doing that. I can just use whatever happened to be in the little bottle cap here. Here. The steel color go away. Painting the same color on the same color, it's sometimes hard to see. Come on. Detail work here. It's just recovering. Belt buckle here. That's going to be green too, so I'm just going to make sure that the darker color doesn't show anymore as you paint it. Oh yeah, there was some on the back here too. We always derail the campaign seriously, and she's never happy about that. But you know, it's what we do. So far, I think, you know, she makes these elaborate contingency plans for practically everything that we could do during, you know, a dungeon crawl or a heist or a potential battle or something of that sort, so that everything that could happen, you know, is almost scripted so that there's a reaction to it that makes sense. But I think maybe like once in the last year have we actually done that. Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, I spent 6 hours preparing for this. Whoop, nope, not doing it. I think she's kind of changed her approach to us a little bit since that. Like, it's kind of, they're going to do something that's just bizarre and unanticipated, and I know, for example, that Nines never does anything that's unexpected like that. I think, has Nines used maybe it'll get used again. Maybe we'll be magically, I know, when we're reminiscing, when we're doing flashbacks, because we have to totally do that. There's no way we cannot do that. So when we're reminiscing and doing the flashback kind of thing, maybe we could flash back to that, but change it, and tell the story the way that Alexis thought it was going to go. Wow, why did I make a mess back there with something? Yeah, I think that would be kind of fun to change the past and just say that, we want to relive these kinds of things, but this time, bump that just keeps moving around. Restored to their original base color. I think since I've got it on this nice handle, I don't need to hold it. I'm going to start working on the face and the head. And the skin color is buff, if I recall correctly. And the eyebrows and the beard and the hair are a light gray with a black wash. And then we're going to try to do something with highlights. The nose is a little bit darker. A furbog nose, for some reason, is dark. And on this one, you can see it came out really, probably a little darker than it should have been, but we'll see. Let's see how this goes. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the skin color was buff. Use that again, and hopefully that will work. Oh yeah, and there's little tufts of gray hair on the ears. Is that here on this print? I can't really see them that clearly, but I'll paint those in. Start with the gray. And then I'll paint the buff, and then I'll try to get the other facial features in, and then we'll do the wash at the end. I mean, the hair looks pretty dark, but I think that's because of the black wash. But I think to do that, neutral gray, this is a newer one. Yeah, I think I'm really liking this telling our tragic backstory, the retrospective. It's like sitting around the campfire or whatever the equivalent is in our comfy tent, chatting with Holwyn. Not that who hasn't really gotten to know us very well, other than that we pulled off this amazing heist and got away, which is something that they couldn't do because they were very bad at getting away from things. Yeah, I think that that kind of look back at the past would be really a lot of fun. See if we can make that happen. Oh, this is good. I'm going to be painting gray on gray. Not be able to see it at all, really. This is good. Mm-hmm. Brushes, sometimes the paint doesn't work very well anyway. So this is well, I'm going to just mess that up by doing that. Switch brushes in a minute here. This one has a really long. Is this the long one or the short one? Actually, the short one, which is supposed to be better for this. I can barely tell if the paint is going on right or not, because it is almost exactly the same color as the primer. I want to make sure I get the beard, covered pretty well. And then I'm sure I'll have to do these again after I paint the skin color on. But there are these heavy eyebrows here. Painted. And after I paint the skin color, I'll probably have to go back and forth a couple of times. That gets done, and then carefully paint the back of the head here. Hair comes right down to the green color. A fair amount of texture in it, so I want to make sure the paint gets into those grooves. Yeah, considering this is a painting show, no painting going on. It's pretty cool. Character's hairstyle has changed a little bit from the old model. It's actually a little bit of like a ponytail kind of thing going on there. Now that's gone, and it's just was it back in the 60s, a DA haircut, and it was not district attorney. Ulseth hasn't, I don't know that I've got a set on me right now. I think, didn't we give one away? I think we gave a set of craft Staxies away to someone just fairly recently. So that's another thing to do. While we're sitting around reminiscing and having flashbacks, is I could be making, I do have a lot of clay, some pretty good stuff, silt and clay and things from various caves. Now that we are in a mine area, I should be watching for some as well. There might be some good Staxy stuff. Maybe even You know, it'd be really cool is this, especially if it's kind of red. I know that only cooked crabs are red. So we could have like a greenish brown live crab staxi set and a red, kind of reddish cooked crab staxi set. You get the paint all over the place here on the hair. This will get a fairly heavy black wash, and it will look much darker, and the contours of the hair that are in the print will show much better then. Kind of comes down around the collar here, and the beard comes up there. Little bits of flesh under here, ears, face and mouth. Ink here at the top of the ceiling. Well, the real test is when I start putting the buff color on. Because that'll show the edges of everything. And hopefully that will go pretty well, and I won't have to do too much back end with touch-up. Say that every time I do this kind of thing because that is the case. But I also have one of these bottles with a lot of paint buildup on the rim, and it's not sealing well. And that almost always means that these temporarily as a place to do the scrapings, that the paint starts to, the solvent evaporates and the paint loses its good consistency. Well, Nines, as I recall, has a real affinity for crabs for some reason. And you don't really have a pet. I've got an otter that undoubtedly has been following us along this entire time. Whereas that, you know, even though we never refer to it or feed it or anything like that, EMs are pretty good about just, oh yeah, you still have your pet kind of thing. But Nines could have one. We could even create a backstory in one of our warm-up sessions. Is warm-up sessions is Nines acquires a crab. Or even crabs, that would be crass, wouldn't it? Just getting rid of this. Gray is trying the buff. Sure, this is well next. The Code of Remartin doesn't say anything about making a profit or not. I guess it's making a profit. You know, if you get the clay free and you don't count your time as having any value at all, whatever you sell it for becomes profit. As long as the crab stackies, the crab stackies are just like inanimate. They can't do anything evil. I might be able to use them to do good, though. They might be able to make somebody brave who is afraid or something like that. Okay, well, we're going to paint this ear. Need to magnifying glasses. Seriously. Could actually use them and focus with them. That would be a really big help. Still steady enough to do this, but last, but for now. But it's really hard to see the thing I am able to steadily do. I knew I would get it on the brows there. Those will just have to be redone. Paint the inside of the eye, and we'll come back to that. Where the hairline is. I know it's up here. It has to be up higher because those are the eyebrows there, and those have to be painted that way. And that's the mouth. You got that contour, okay? Tiny little dot. It's always like it's a little dot of paint, just in the wrong spot. I'm going to kind of get down onto the beard, I guess, a little bit further than I might, so that I can better see where the lines are. and then paint back up to it with the gray. It'll be easier to paint the gray with the buff. I should have probably done the buff first. Easier to see the delineation, right? The symmetry going here. Let's see where the eyebrows are supposed to be now. And some gray there. Ears. The ears aren't bad. Get behind them. No, that needs to be grayed up there. And touch on a tiny dot there on the beard. The lips up here. I guess, that's really not too bad. I'm going to let that dry a little bit and then go back with the gray and do a little touching up here and there. And the nose is supposed to be a little darker color. That color was too dark. If there's any of the new ones, any of the new colors, that's a really, really light kind of tan brown. Bone white, that's going to make it lighter. There. More gold. Try these colors a little bit. Little of it, I might even be able to just mix something as long as I don't make a mess of it. Hope that's not a problem. One of these colors, the bottle cap, is actually broken. As long as it stays sealed, that's okay, but otherwise it wouldn't be good. Leather brown, we use that fairly often. One of these ever kind of runs out, you need to replace this cap. So I got distracted here by maybe having one of our paints that we actually use fairly often, and might be the color I'm looking for. Damaged. Like a pin or something. It looks like it's still poorly mixed. Looks like it's liquid. I think what happened is actually the paint dried at the tip, and the dried paint sealed the rest of it, so it actually saved itself in a way. But we definitely, I mean, that's definitely a problem. Ink thing new too. Let me see what that does. It's like an umber wash color. Probably too dark for the nose. See what I really want. I'm just going to try this. I want to try this thing. It's dark sand. We use it a lot. I just want to see how it looks. At least the nose is like the easiest part of the model to retouch up if it needs to be repainted. This color doesn't quite work. Yeah. I think it's going to turn out lighter rather than darker. Yellower. Not really quite what we're looking for. We have to repaint that. It definitely is not what we're looking for. But let me get the gray back and do the little bits of touch up around the hair and the beard that needs to be done, and see if I can get the eyebrows painted. A little tough on the end of the ears. Just going to touch it there. It looks okay there. The line actually looks okay. There's a little spot here that didn't get painted originally. Sometimes that happens with highly contoured surfaces, is that paint doesn't get into a crevice, and then when it dries it pulls back a little bit. I don't want to overdo the little hair on the end of the ears, but I also want it to be visible. Need to kind of just dab at the eyebrows here. bad. I'm not sure what, if anything, to do with the mouth. You can see the contours the contours around the eyes are not bad. I need to fix the nose. I need to come up with some color that is not as dark as it was originally. Darker than the buff. What's this color? This is a new color. Here, I think that might do the trick. A nice color. I think we'll end up using that in different places. They do really quite well. I mean, it's just a little darker without being like really dark. Yeah, I think that's good. The face really doesn't look too bad right now. I think that's looking okay. Weird, it looks like the gray kind of ran down. I'm going to get the buff out on both sides. I can't tell if that's just because of the contour or whether the gray got into it, but on both sides, there's just spots there and there that look darker than they should be. So I'll just keep playing with these little bits of paint off and on until I get it to where I want it. Crocodiles, but I don't think alligators. Why can't you be friends? Can you be friends with an alligator, but not a crocodile? Is that how it works? You know, pick and choose. We have to identify them carefully. Crocodiles or alligators? You have to call the alligators. That's what you said earlier. But what about the crocodiles? Are you confusing them? Are you confusing them with each other? so we can't tell what you're talking about, crocodiles or alligators. And then we'll make some sort of tragic mistake and call one and not the other. And we make enemies of what could have been our friends. Failing to make friends with our true enemies. Which of these reptiles should we be concerned of? Both. You're not differentiating between the two at all. Not sure that we've I mean, what if there's like one really good crocodile, like a friendly crocodile amongst the rest? Must that be called as well, just because of its association with the other crocodiles? I don't know. I'm going to have to go back to my code, really. I know it doesn't explicitly talk about alligators or crocodiles anywhere. There might be something in it that would bear on this issue, and I need to be cautious before making a dramatic move like attempting to call all reptiles that are alligators or crocodiles. There's this little spot here that should have been gray that turned buff. Thinking that's okay, and that brown color I used for the nose, it's really nice and subtle, but it does the job. So I think we're pretty much done with that. The wash on this needs to be done really carefully. You need to be using a dark gray wash, just tiny little drops of it, because I don't want to get the wash on the flesh. I just want it to stay on the beard and the hair. And the wash on this is really well, if you call all of the alligators and crocodiles, how would you not make it extinct? I don't know. I mean, you need to deal with this dilemma. If you don't want to make it extinct, but you want it to be completely culled, which is the same thing as making it extinct, you created a real problem there. How does one cut through this issue? So we're not going to take any action. Extinction is the noble goal, but you don't want to make an evil species extinct. So the thing that is your noble goal is something you don't want to do. You don't want to do your noble goal. let me resolve that. You think you could come to... So when you said earlier, I don't want to make an evil species extinct, you meant that you do want to make an evil species extinct. You're saying that alligators and crocodiles are evil species. So is that your resolution to this? Is that you settled on making crocodiles and alligators extinct? The wash does to the beard. You can see it picks up the contours pretty well. Now I need to do the same thing with the hair, which for the most part is easier, except where it's right at the hairline here. This little brush is not the best applicator for this kind of wash. I think it worked on the beard okay. I'm going to take a chance and use this because it spreads it around a little better. I just have to be really careful with the edges. Pushing it across the grain, so to speak, to pick up the texture of the hair. Yeah, I like that. It's kind of streaky. I kind of like the little streakiness of it. Went down a little too far there. Just looking at the symmetry of one side versus the other, so I need to touch that up. The hair came out okay. So we'll just keep doing a little touch up until we get it. That's one way to resolve a moral dilemma, is just simply say, there is no moral dilemma. Seems to be ineffective. Happening here is that when I look straight on the face, okay, the flesh tone comes up over here, but it's not there. So there, I need to just somehow get it to look the same on both sides. With like little bits of paint, just kind of keep touching them to the surface until it is at the moment. Now the eyes are kind of like big and dark, but I have to remember that we're doing this for a show and that they probably need to be a little exaggerated so that they actually show up on camera. So I'm like, it's not perfect. I think I'm just going to leave it that way. Not bad. The color on the nose worked out well. I like that. Let's remember that cork brown. I should put that on the color chart so I remember what it is. Okay. I'm going to live with that. So what I'm going to do next is get out the gloss green and start painting the highlights on the armor. The other will be more teeny brush work. Down. Ta-da. And like I said before, I'm going to do some significant color charting. What time have we got here? 11:11. Okay, I'm going to do the gloss green, and then probably do a bunch of color charting with all of these oranges and reds and things that we just got, because I want to have that available for the flame on the sword. So I might, before I do that, there's metallic parts here that I'm going to do in this new bronze color, which is darker than the brass. It's kind of nice. And polished gold. The two of them will be both in the same color tone, but they should contrast enough so you can see that there's two colors there. So there's like three things here. And I think what I'm going to do the inner part in the polished gold, and I'll do bronze, gold, bronze here, and then in the back I'm going to do gold and bronze. And this bit here, and I'm going to do that bronze, gold, bronze again, and then there'll be a little jewel there, little jewel there. And on the inside, I'm going to do the best I can, given that I can't really reach it. So that'll be a trick. That'll be the colors that I'll be using. But I'm going to start working on the gloss green now. Don't use this very often. This is the gloss red. Trying to all sorts of little touching here. If it makes a mess, I'll just come back. Just even kind of give up on trying to not be messy and focus on getting the color covered. And should I wrap it? I think that's a good question. Should I wrap it around or just on the surface? I think I'm going to just do it on the surface so that, I don't know. It's the top here that I'm thinking. Now I'm going to do that in the green. Like that whole section of the metal was done up in this glossy green color. Get enough of it on the surface and you can spread it around, I guess. But you also don't want it to run around anywhere it shouldn't be. What I've decided to do is try to be really cautious, like the outside here, as much as I can. I don't want to have to do too much touch up, but touching up with that metallic paint, if I'm really careful with it, isn't that hard, even though it tends to spread easily. But I want this to be good and green. So I'll be going back and forth on this because the paint is doing a really fine job of looping up on the side of the bristles, but not at the very point. Better off. I might have to go back and forth several times, but this isn't working as I really would like it to. So I'm going to use a slightly larger brush because the paint will adhere to the tip of it, and do my best to not make a mess, but you can see the edge there where it's raised on the inside. That to be green. Okay, and then I'll just come back with the metallic and work back and forth as I need to. If the green got too much on the surface, but just to get the green where I want it to be. And then fix it from the other direction. I'm not going to make too big a mess, but and it seems to be the way it has to go in order for it to work. A bit of a ridge right here. It's getting way over painted. That root to be green, and it's refusing to become green, so now there's a big green block there instead of a little green block. We'll be working on this for a while. Nice set. When it's all done, and I've gone back and forth several times. Over, gotten the edges nicely done, that it will look very nice. But until then, it's going to look a mess. Green paint is a little hard to work with. Anyway, those tiny ones were easier to do than the bigger ones. Okay, well, let's make the same sort of mess here as I did on the other side. Green to get down into that crack there, that ridge. On the inside. And hopefully when I put the duraluminum color back on, definitely needs to be green, because it's, you often view it from the top, and that ridge would be Get this gloss green in there all over the place. A little bit messy. Deal with the cleanup later. You can see this process has made quite a mess of things, and I'll need to let that green dry. Basically what I want to do is make sure that there's green everywhere I want the green, so I don't have to come back and cover spots that were uncovered, even though that means I'm getting it on places where I don't want it. I will very, very carefully, hopefully, with that very thin, runny metallic paint, get like about 90% of the correction done, and then come back with the green, and then the silver back and forth until it looks not messy. As right now, it's definitely messy, but okay, we got the shoulders going here. Got this band, we got the rivets, we got the little belt buckle. Those turned out, actually, that's how it's supposed to look, these little dots up here. I'm glad that those worked out. And the face is looking okay. So yeah, we're going to let that green dry because I don't want, when I start redoing these, the metallic color, I don't want them to run together. But the green on there, you know, it's a little subtle, but it gives it a little something that wasn't there before. Waiting for that to dry. Start working on the bronze and the gold parts of the sword. And there's a couple of little jewels on the guard and the pommel, and those are going to be red, maybe even purple. Red because it's fire. I'm going to do the bronze part first. Well, I'm going to do the gold part first. This is gold, and these middle parts are gold. Here and here. And then I'll push the bronze up to it. I think that'll work okay. And I'm going to try the tiny brush again, and hopefully these will work okay. First color is the polished gold, which is a really nice bright one. When they came out, it just really splushed up. It's a little bit thick, as you'd say. Way more than I could possibly use here, but the way it is. So I'm going to start here and like two of them. Goes up on the print really well back here, but not so much on the front. On here, the ridge between the two isn't as distinct as it is on the side and the back. This part of the sword, I'm going to do the outside because I can actually get to that before I tackle the inside. There's these three things here. And I'm painting the center one gold. Because that one flows really nicely into this medallion-shaped thing that has a jewel in it. Okay, and on the inside here, you can see you can really not even get into it. You can't even reach it. So, sure that we get the front of it. red gold color. That's pretty good. This part overflowed, but I'm going to place the other brown stuff on top of that. And again, I might need to go back and forth a little bit. Sometimes that happens in order to get it the way it should look. You can see the gold flows around the back, okay, and underneath. Is coming. I think that's doing okay. So I'm going to get out the dark aluminum. There isn't as much touching up around these guys as there is on the duraluminum part, where there's a lot of it. So I'm going to get the main body armor and practice on that to see how I am at cleaning it up. This no, that didn't come out the way I needed to. Looking down at it here, there's the raised ridge, and you can see the line right there where it needed to be green. I mean, there's plenty of green here, but on this side, no, I'm going to try to make it look more like this side, I guess. And so I'll be painting like this little bit here, and on the front, your aluminum color. Do the dark aluminum first on the main panels of the armor. Yeah, okay. You know, what's happened here is that looking at it from the front, that dot came out really well, as did these. But then you look at it from the top, and you can't see them. I'm going to have to play with this a little bit, and hopefully not screw it up too much or anything, but you know, if you can't see that from the top, it's just missing the point. I mean, it's a really subtle difference, but thing with the belt buckle thing here. And just, I wasn't looking at it at the top before, but there's this little spot there, silver. That would look much better if it were green. Okay, well, that's better. Do the duraluminum, the dark aluminum, sorry, on the main body. Tons of touching up with the duraluminum on there, and have to go back and forth several times to get it the way I want it. This there isn't too much. It's just mainly around like there, like that rivet head. It's got a little bit to see little bits of paint that just need to go. Different spots. You know, like here, just to make it look round. On the front, it does show up pretty well. The ones in the back are a little messier. idea here is just round them off. So we'll look at the front, and the belt buckle is just a little bit asymmetric here. Take it is get a little rounded like the other side. Do that by pushing the paint down. The ones on the top look okay. These aren't bad. I got a little, it would help to be a little bit more green there. Just do that right away if I can. Here, just middle. This one up here a little bit, maybe too. Just like that. So what's happening here is that there's actually there's a bump in the print. And it just makes it look darker than it should, but okay, I'm pretty satisfied with how those came out, other than where there's just a bump in the print, where the color, the silver, just looks darker than it should. It was green, but it wasn't. So now we're going to start tackling the huge amount of cleanup on the shoulders and arms. Tiny little bits at a time, and see what we can do to make it work. This is just a slightly brighter shade. Tiny little bit lighter than the dark aluminum. Basically like one bristle there. Get that sideways. See where the tip of the brush is. We want to do this, but I want that bristle to actually be a little bit shorter. So I'm going to do this drastic thing and cut. Because I think it's just bending too much and I can't see where it is. And you can barely see it on camera, but there's this little bit of irregularity in the green. It's not smooth, and I think there's actually just a problem with the print there. Okay, now here, to push it back. Well, that's okay then. And down here, try to get this narrow band of green. Buried in there is a rivet. Don't really want to come back. We need it to get in there. This band comes around the back. Another one of those rivets that got way too big. Let's see if I can clean this one up without painting over it like I did on the front. It's hard to see it when it's all green like that. Hard to see where the edges of the rivets are. This is the rivet here. The edges of the rivets until you paint them silver, and then they're painted silver. Yeah, it's not the color I want them to be. Pretty good. This one maybe just a little bit. Oops. I'm going to step back and look at this, and you know, for some reason this edge looks ragged, but I can't get it even. And I think that there's just some unevenness in the print itself. Yeah, that might have done it. Good, those rivets are not too bad. Mine is not too bad. I'll do the other side here. What we're going to do first is I'm going to start at the bottom. Yeah, that brush slipped. Fortunate. Good. So I'll need to touch that little bit up a little bit. And I need to get the bottom of this band. It's this narrow band. Looks. There we go. Yeah, I touched it in a couple of spots with the silver where it doesn't need to be. So I'll do some back and forth there. This is one of those small rivets that became giant. These on the back are not actually too bad. Okay, let's see if we can clean this mess up here. Hey, Space Farmer. Thank you. Thank you for following us. I have not been chatting much because I've been doing all sorts of tiny little bits of touch up here with paint that is more or less not behaving. Coming along. Working on some shiny green embellishments on this plate armor. Character I'm painting has been trained by a code of Ramardin, which is related to the Shiranoon, and the armor colors are silver and green. And he acquired plate mail, which is, mainly metallic, and in order to, pay a little homage to his past, has painted some green, some bright green embellishments on part of the armor to just remind them of the Shiranoon heritage. And the gloss green is very viscous, and in order to get it where I wanted it, I needed to spread it on the previously painted parts of the armor. So I'm just trying to touch it up again and make it look not messy. Just trying to get the lines straight and even, basically. Perfect, but given my eye-hand coordination and level of skill, it will be as good as I can get it. But thanks for following. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it is relaxing, isn't it? It's especially relaxing when someone else is trying to do the painting. But yeah, as long as I keep it on camera, it's not too bad. Sometimes when I move it around to put it where I want to see it or can reach it, I end up wandering off. So what I did today is I moved the camera further away, so it's right in the middle of my face. But who needs to see that particularly? But it gives a little wider field of view, so that it's more likely that I will be in the field of view than not. So what's happened here is I wanted the green to go up to this ridge here, but then when I did that, it went into the silver, and then when I painted the silver back up to it, it got a little bit too far. So I'm just kind of going back and forth with this, what's called duraluminum color. The gloss green until, it looks okay. I got silver on some parts that need to be green, and I'm going to try to paint green again, and then we'll just keep going back and forth until I'm more or less satisfied with how it looks. It looks better than it did before I started touching up, that's for sure. It was pretty messy. This side's not too bad. I might try to get a little bit more green there. This ridge here came out pretty well. The rivets, just this back end of this rivet isn't cooperating that well. So we'll do that. Okay, well, now I've got some touching up to do. And then I'm going to go back to the sword and start painting the other color. In fact, what I might do is let this dry a little bit back with the green because the sword I did earlier, and that's dried up pretty well. That's got this new bronze color, which is kind of cool, that I'm going to be using to contrast with the gold on my flamey sword, my magical flamey sword. And that the metallic parts aren't quite spread out very well. Got a whole pile of new paints that have been apparently sitting on the shelf for a while before they got sold to us, and they need to be thoroughly mixed, more thoroughly mixed. So we'll see how this looks next to the gold. I think it will look nice and metallic, but will be a better contrast than the brass colors that we've got. Or painting the parts where no one will ever see it because it's way in the back or in the shadows or something. That had even been painted before, that should have been. Not going to be able to get to them. So I think this bronze color is really kind of nice. Nice and shiny metallic, but it does contrast with the gold pretty well. And I put the gold against the brass before, and you can see kind of a slight difference in, I guess I call it reflectivity, with the gold being shinier, but not too terribly much difference in the colors, so the contrast isn't as good. Testing out this new color here, and I think it's working. I think the hint of a little bit of a jewel in the pommel in the print. There's this tiny little spot there, a little raised spot. There is a jewel that goes there, though, for sure, so I'll be painting that later. So there's like 3 prongs here. This one goes there. And then the one in the back, I'm doing the easier ones first. A nice rich metallic color. I think I may end up using this on other things. We'll see. Yeah, that looks okay. Especially up on the top part there. Yeah, it's definitely a nice metallic color. Definitely, it's subtle, but the difference between the gold and the bronze looks pretty good. So let's see. Well, I can do these bits that are back here that don't show terribly much. Consistency, the paint is really good too. It's working really well on this tiny brush when the other paints that I was just using Even though they're all made by the same people, sometimes just the consistency of one color to the next, what covers, haze in the brush and everything, it just varies so much. Mainly you need to see how it looks from the top. So their little prong thing here. Basically want to make sure getting it from the angles that people will actually see. Okay. There's the gold. How did a furball get a sword like this? And to be honest, I can't recall when I found it. The really wonderful, magical, flaming sword has been really effective in the few battles that we fought since I got it. So what I'm going to be doing is continuing to go back and forth with the greens and the metallics until I get the armor and its embellishments close enough to where where they look okay. That gloss green is really kind of viscous, so I'm looking at this and it's really not too bad. There's just spots where the silver that I just touched up with went a little bit too far and lost the green detail. So I'm going to go back and do a little bit more touching up with the green. And then I'm going to be doing something that I think is important for the flaming sword, but might be a little boring for the viewers, but you know, you might enjoy seeing it, is we got a bunch of new paints, and I want to paint the flames so that they look really flamey, okay? And I've had really limited availability of flame-like colors in the past. I've had basically red, yellow, and orange. And these new paints that we got seem to have maybe 6 or 7 different varieties of orange and reds and yellows. So I want to make a new paint chart to see which of those might look the best and coolest to be part of the flame sword. I'm getting out this green again, and we'll just make another effort at getting drops of it on the tip of the brush and touching up what needs to be touched up. Get paint on the painted surface and then push it ever so gently into the spot where I want it to not be silvery. Doing it that way, I can't see the tip of the brush very well, but okay, it's really close. Okay. It's just an unevenness there. I've gone over this several times, and there's just an unevenness in the print itself, and that is silver, not green, but it doesn't look that way because of the lumpiness of it. These rivets here are pretty close, but when you look at them from the side, well, the green kind of disappears. Little bits of raised surface, but it's hard to define. Okay. A little bit of green, it's way in the back here, but it would make a difference here, just along this ridge. Just like that. Okay, we'll go around the other side again. Put it back a little bit. Yeah, a little unevenness here or there, but when this shows up on camera, basically you're going to want it to show. I think if it plays out all right, it actually will look better on camera than it does right here. Just unevenness in the reflectivity of the metallic. When you put a metallic on a plastic model, sometimes if there's any kind of irregularities in it, it really shows. And I think the face came out okay. The hair is not bad. The backpack is kind of cool. I want to say that I'm getting down to the flamey sword. And that means color chart. Do that. I'm going to get a piece of lined paper and move things away a little bit. A little bit of space making here. Get a collection of the reds and the yellows and the oranges that we have accumulated with the latest. Some of them are not even labeled that way, like this is medium flesh tone, but it might turn out to be a decent kind of orange color. I don't know. And then we'll, there's some orange and yellow and red. Those are pretty basic. I'm not going to bother repainting those colors, but I'm going to get a collection here of those, and then they need to be thoroughly mixed. Here's a nice one, bloody red. That should be pretty fun. Orange fire. One would think that would work with fire, right? Sun yellow. Cool. Bronze flesh tone. What would that look like? Oh, I'm going to try this. I'm going to mix this one up too, because we're always looking for different brown colors. Like the last color chart I made, we found this cork brown. This is Beasley brown. Beastie brown? Maybe that's a T. I guess it's Beastie brown. So I'll put that on this one next to the cork brown. Okay, those are the ones out of there. East. Be doing a lot of shaking of little bottles though, because these colors have settled pretty badly. This is dark vermilion, which is red, and amaranth, which is orange. We'll see if we can even tell the difference between some of these colors when we put them out. Deep yellow as opposed to yellow. And there's even more in here. This is pretty amazing. A whole lot of different colors here. Lemon yellow. Flat flesh, which looks pretty yellow. And flat red. So, wow, look at that. This is quite a selection. So, let's see. Let's work at the top and work our way down from reds to yellows. So I'm going to start listing them here. As I knock things down, making more room. We're going to start with flat red. And then this looks pretty red, dark vermilion. This should be really relaxing, watching me put paint on a piece of paper. Bloody red. And then, let's see. The Beastie Brown is going to go on the other one. We'll do orange fire. Then amaranth red. Yeah, we'll just switch those. Amaranth red will go here. And then orange fire. And then a bunch of barely distinguishable kinds of oranges. So we'll work our way through those. We'll start with bronze flesh tone. I think I've mentioned before, when you start doing flesh tones, none of them ever look fleshy. And they get flat flesh. Sure, let's just keep all the flesh tones together. Medium flesh tone. And then the yellows. Oh, some of these yellows are really bright. They might be fun. Sun yellow. And deep yellow. Getting to lemon yellow. All of these colors. Let me show you the array of them here. With all of these colors, if we can't come up with really cool flames, I don't know what it would take. Wow. For some reason now we have more red and yellow tones than we could ever use for anything, considering that we had started out with 2 oranges, a yellow and a red. So we'll see. I'm going to start though with Beastie Brown, just to get that done. And the way these work is really pretty easy. Just shake it up until it looks like it's mixed, like that. You know, definitely not mixed. These have been sitting on the shelf for a good long time. What do you think? Does that look okay with the green rivets on it? I think the shoulder green looks okay. Just say that the green embellishment on it looks all right. And who's going to notice anyway, because it's got a flamey sword. Sometimes UOGem is really generous, and when there are new followers and we want to keep them following, please keep following, you get a gift. So please continue to follow. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 10 until 2, unless we are on vacation. And those vacations are always, it looks like it's actually mixing. Announced in advance on the social media. So I'm just going to squeeze a little bit out on the paper and then spread it around with this larger brush. Also a test of how well the paint consistency covers. Like this dark green, which is really a cool color, just didn't cover very evenly. Whereas like the flat green really did. So it's good to see that on a sample. Because if I were able to use the dark green, I'd know that I need to be careful about coverage. So, Beastie Brown might end up looking pretty close to some of our other browns, but having more browns in the brown range doesn't hurt either. One thing that I do know is that one of the colors that we've been hearing demand for a very long time has been pink, and I know that Viejo makes a good pink, and I bought these paint sets because they were a whole lot cheaper to buy them in a set of 16, even though there's sometimes duplicate colors in buying individual ones, but no pink. It was very disappointing. Okay, so now I need to move all of these off to the side, keeping them more or less in order. Then we're going to make this paint chart, and after we're done making the paint chart, I'm going to need to take a short break. But this will be very relaxing and very, very relaxing. Yes, that's the euphemism. As we watch paint being spread out, shaken up. Very important to get it shaken up. Yeah, shaken up, spread out, and dry. But there's some pretty cool colors here that we may end up seeing on the flamey sword. So we start here with flat red. That colors really pretty well. We have, we use Viejos and Tamillas. And they all have different properties. You know, the Tamillas have turned out to be really excellent for doing dungeon tiles because you can get these large bottles. And for model paints, these are really pretty hefty sized bottle. So when we're doing a whole lot of gray stone walls or brown wooden walls or floors, that turns out to be really good. And being able to dip, knock it over and break it maybe. Being able to dip a bigger brush into a bottle and spread it around is really pretty good. But if you're doing little miniatures, you're using drops of paint at a time. And then the paints start to evaporate in the big bottles because you got them open while you're dipping out tiny little dots. These Viejo paints come in squeeze bottles, so there's less paint. But one can squeeze out tiny bits of it at a time, and then they stay really nicely closed. It's kind of an orangey red. I don't know, that might be kind of a nice color. Dark vermilion. There's probably a light vermilion and a medium vermilion. It's a very bright red though. That might be really cool for like flame tips. So what we're starting to do is get a bigger collection of the Viejo colors, and you can get a whole lot more colors in sets and things. Since we've been painting a lot more miniatures lately, they've been pretty good that way. So I'm going to be probably finishing up my figure of ulseth Ralph level 5 if we ever level up. After the break, when I do the flamey sword, after I see all these cool colors, just to show you what else will be coming along. This is the new Zoria, our changeling druid. Zoria has this kind of interesting armor. Why am I blanking on the name? It's gleaming armor, but because she's a changeling, she can change into anything kind of humanoid as long as she's seen it. And decided that bought this magical armor that could change into any kind of clothing. And so she's able to match the appearance, not only the flesh and blood appearance, but also the clothing appearance of other characters, which has come in extremely handy and has saved our butt a couple of times. And then this is Nines, our Tabaxi Bard. Our Tabaxi Bard, when we found him, was dressed in rags and has since, because of costume developed for a heist that we just finished, gotten his very fancy clothes, and so now is a fancy Tabaxi. Looks like this, part of what I might do today is this has got, you can see them on the tail. It's little mold marks, little lumps that would not look good, and then there's a spike on the back of the cloak here. I might do some cleaning up. Anyway, got these really fancy clothes, this great hat with a feather, and a crowbar. Yeah, he's very proud of his crowbachelor, and apparently has decided that it enhances the appearance. Anyway, those guys will also be painted on this stream sometime in the future, so that they can make their dramatic appearance on our show on Sundays at 2 o'clock. Okay, this is Bloody Red. Hopefully it has a little more brown in it. A pretty good red color. That might even be better than the dark vermilion for a flame tip. Now that I see it kind of spread out, we'll see how it turns out when it dries, because sometimes these things change in colors quite a bit. Got amaranth red, which is a little more orangey. When you relax to the extreme, I did flip before. Yeah, we'll do a flip before break. Red is definitely more orange than red. Nines is an orange tabby. He gets painted, maybe we'll end up using one of these colors instead of the oranges we had before. Like this might be a pretty good Nines color. orange fire. One would hope that this would be a good color to use for fire. We'll find out. I even missed this one. There's a whole nother yellow. We'll slip that in the end just to see. I hope we start painting a whole lot of things yellows and oranges and reds, because we now have a whole lot of paints in that tone. That is a pretty good orange. It's pretty bright. We have to compare and contrast that to the clear orange that we've had previously. It's not very opaque. You can see the lines through. Pretty good, especially with the, maybe with the bloody red. Okay, so I got all these flesh tones here. There's like 3 of them. Hopefully won't be all that good for fire, but we'll see what they look like anyway, because they're all in the orange kind of class. A little more quickly here, because, you know, spreading paint down on a sheet of paper is definitely relaxing for me, but maybe beyond relaxing, relaxing to the extreme, right? But how can you do modeling without, you know, having a good color chart? Doesn't mix that well. Gonna have to give that a whole lot of shaking up later. An interesting kind of brown color. Be fun to use, especially with a wash on it. Getting bored. You can see that there are only 4 more left, plus the one I found laying about, yellow ochre. So 5 left. We're getting close to the end of this. Definitely not fiery colors. Really, you know, they're kind of cool and interesting variations on yellow-brown. They're not going to go on the flamey sword. Now we're getting into some that might be better. These yellow colors, these might be nice and bright. Especially these first 2. The lemon yellow might be way too bright. Sun yellow. This is kind of like we're finding the viejo yellow too. Is these yellows are really transparent. I'm not sure that is. It's like the pigment that's used in them. You'd think there'd be a fair amount of like titanium dioxide or something, but these 3 colors. Deep yellow, this might be pretty good too. there's going to be, this flaming sword. The flames are fairly large, but just how many colors do I want to put on there? It might even shade, it might start out like flames are usually brighter underneath and then get darker to the top. So you start out with like a yellow and end up with something like this bloody red maybe. And then in between you might have like the amaranth red and the orange fire. As it might not only progress from bottom to top, it might progress along from hilt to tip. So it might be lighter, like really bright yellows back here, but the bottom here might be more like a sun yellow as opposed to like a deep yellow. So I'm going to have to play with that. Is the flames might be lighter to darker from bottom to top, but also from end to end. If worst comes to worst, I'll just paint it gray and start over. And the deep yellow is that's really bright and very, just not very much of it down near the base of the flames back here. That might be pretty good. See what this lemon yellow looks like. So what I might do is like at the base of the sword, do this deep yellow at the bottom and then kind of shade it into the sun yellow at the base of the flames. This, I think, that's kind of a cool color. I'm sure that'll get used on something. But it doesn't look flamey. It's too bright and yellow. These two look pretty flamey. But since the last one says it's yellow, we'll see what it looks like. It's a pretty brown. You'd get that from the ochre, of course, right? You'd expect it to be current. So this is basically brown with some yellow in it. Looks like mustard. So the next time we make it, if we ever have like a pretzel feast or something, we need to have a mustard dip. That'd be good. I'm looking at these here, and I need to recover my workspace. So I'm going to take all of these guys. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be using deep yellow, definitely, sun yellow, yellow. I like this orange fire. That's pretty good. And then bloody red and probably the amaranth red. So these guys will go over to the maybe some other time pile. I know they're pretty shiny. They're on camera. They're still not completely dry. But this would be like the base of the flames, and then they'll swoop into kind of this orange fire, and then the tips of the flames will be amaranth red and bloody red. And I am going to try to get the movement from like the fire is kind of shooting out here from lighter to darker, from left to right to left, depending on how you look at it, and then up. So that egg, if you see that egg underneath me, yeah, that had the 3 fire colors that I've been using for campfires and things in the past. which was starting out with yellow, which is a pretty good yellow, but it's not as good as these two. Moving into clear orange, moving into red. And I might use the clear orange as well as moving from like orange fire to that. The base of the flames won't usually be very big. Okay, you'll start out with these, but a lot of it will be oranges and reds. I've tried the light orange, and it just doesn't work very well. This looks like it's going to work a lot better. So I'm going to get the clear orange out as well. I think I can find that. I'm using this kind of, let's move them all here so you can see them. We'll be using for the flamey sword. So there's 6 colors on that tiny little bit of sword. We'll see how that goes. In the meantime, yeah, this is how ulseth Ralph is starting to look. As we move into maybe sometime in the not too distant future, level 5ing. I think there's some, decent combinations of green there. The plate mail, unless I were to paint the plate mail itself, just you really don't want to mess around with it too much. There's some. I just wonder I might redo some of these. Come back like this rivet right there. The one at the bottom there, it just looks. It's just too big. And I tried to paint around it with the silver color, but for some reason that didn't work. So I might come back to that one. But right now, other than the red jewel, that dark vermilion, that would be the color for that, for the jewel. No, I'm going to use gloss red. I think I've still got some of that somewhere. Yeah. Just touch right there, that little jewel there. One as well. Let me try to do those in red. Hopefully I can get that in without having to do too much touch up later. But right now, I'm going to need to take a little break. So close up of what? Oh, you want your character to be a close up? Here. Anyway, yeah, I think this is coming along okay. I mean, considering it's plate mail, and there's not too much you can do without painting the entire thing. Adding the green highlights makes it look a little more to Shiranui. I'm going to do this real quick. There's just a touch here, right on the front there, that was supposed to have been gold and didn't get painted gold. I just didn't get far enough down to it. Very thick paint. Is there any of this stuff? Yeah, I think underneath I can pull some out right there. I'm just going to get it all over. I just want to make sure it's covered because the rest of this will get painted anyway. There. do what I got it on the little part of the sword. I'm going to be touching up with duraluminum, right? It's the color I use for the blade, so no, that's the silver stuff. Anyway, I do need to take a break. But first is always something that needs touching up because I touched it up. I'm touching up too much. We're going to play with the flamey sword when I get back. There's a lot of playing around to be done there with the roots of the flames. Basically, I'm just going to be putting little dots of color all over the place. See how they kind of shade and bend into each other. There's a lot of like underneath. You could put a lighter color with dark over the top or something like that. So we'll just blend them kind of into each other, maybe. So, see you in about 10 minutes. Break is over. So what I'm going to be doing now is taking a selection of these wonderful flamey colors. These two yellows, this orange, this one, and this one. Plus the clear orange that we had been using before. So like this collection of colors here. And attempting to make this sword look really cool and flamey. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, so I'm going to be painting lighter colors at the bottom, and then oranges, and then reds, and kind of intersperse it. And basically I'm just going to be putting little bits of paint in lots of different places and doing some highlighting. And anyway, we'll just see how it goes. I'm going to start with the lighter colors at the bottom and work toward the darker colors at the top. Necessarily using very much of any one color. And what I tend to do when I painted flames before is to take the color and run it up much further than it will be at the end. So that it's kind of like undercoated. And the darker colors overlay it. So I'm using this really bright yellow, the initiation of the flames. And there's another yellow color, a little bit darker. Then I'm going to use kind of as the flames move. From the hilt here to the front of the sword. We'll just start with that for now. And then this next sun yellow, which is in the same vein, but a little bit darker. This color as the base. Near the front. And actually kind of mix the two a little bit in between. colors are fairly much the same, but just a little darker shade. You want to get the base of the flames nice and bright. Yes, that's looking pretty flamey. Now we start laying some orange on that. Bright orange fire. So this is really nice bright colors, so be a nice intermediary between the yellow and the red on the tips of the flames. Painting this up to the front of it because I've got another orange color. And just a little bit darker that I'm going to use up here. Doing quite a bit of it with this orange, because then the red will be like an overlayment on top of it. This side, I think this side is coming along, I think, really quite nicely. It's really not bad. Get some decent red highlights on this. Backside, yeah, I mean, that's okay too. Going to be a good deal of red on that because we're going to move on to the red colors now. Amaranth red is really decent. This back here for the tips of these flames. And I think it's okay to, not wait for the paint to dry, because you want the colors to kind of flow into each other. Now here, I'm just going to put a little more orange or light this yellow in it. The area here that wouldn't hurt to be a little bit more yellow. I'm going to use the bloody red because it's got sort of brightness to it. Because I want to catch the tips of the flames with a really red. And the color underneath isn't dry yet, so they'll blend a little bit. Sometimes you just need red, not an orangey red, but a red. Okay, that's not too bad. This looks really decent here. I'm just going to play around with the colors a little bit, do a little more blending, maybe a little more saturation. The look I wanted was that it would be really bright starting out here and then get progressively darker as it moved along. Up here, it's too yellow, too far. Got a little more orangey there. And then maybe catch a little bit more of the dark red up here. Actually, this side looks pretty good. I kind of like how this is coming along. Okay. Really bright red right at the on this shear. This, I think the inside here, right there, the crack, just would look better if it were a darker color, and it kind of like in the shadow of the flame almost. I can put yellow back. Yeah, I mean, it's really not very much of the darker color, but in between there. Can't tell if that's, yeah, I thought that was not part of the print, but it is. I thought that there was a gap there, but there isn't. There's a little section that was still gray there. And I missed it. It was weird. Like little two tongues of flame coming together, but it wasn't. Well, I'm thinking that actually looks pretty flamey. You know, I mean, not bad. Touch of this orange back here.
But that's another one of those spots on the inside that looked like it was open, but is actually part of the print. Way down inside there. Bit of texture to the flame, but hopefully it should be really still bright back there. Okay, I think that's actually pretty decent. This yellow is a little transparent, so I'm going to touch that up a little bit. Especially here. Nice and bright red from the top. There's a spot that didn't get any paint on it. And painted this orange. Yeah, so what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Ended up with 6 different colors on that flamey sword. There you go. So, still some spots that are wrong, like here, right along the top here. That should be green, that little ridge. So I'm going to go back and start doing some green touch-up. This is always a pain because this paint does not spread very well. That's an obvious spot where the intent was for the paint to be And when you look at it from the top, then it's pretty clear what the problem is. All right, that did that. I don't think there's too many places that are green where it shouldn't be. There are still some places where there's green where it shouldn't be. These. I've discovered a squeaky toy. You probably can't hear it, but I do. But yeah, I almost forgot there's a red jewel there that needs to be painted, and that definitely would make a difference. I want to do a little metallic. I'll do that first because that paint is dry, and I need the green. Oh, there we go. That's pretty flamey cleaning cloth there. So let's see if I can get that painted without slopping over all over the place. Those jewels painted, then I can do a little bit of duraluminum touch-up. Okay, I got the paint in the cap there. That'll make a nice mess later. A little bit of like an inset. And if I can get the paint in the middle, push it up around the edges. It's not too bad. Maybe you need to bring the gold back just a little bit for little bits of touch up. Let me see what I can do on the inside here. It doesn't have to be quite as precise, but always should make an effort to paint the jewel here. At least you can see the impression of the red jewel on the inside of the sword should, for some reason, I have no clue why that would ever be, the camera would look at it from underneath. But yeah, there's just a little bit of, let's say, a little bit of raggedness about the edges of the red that I'm sure I can fix with the gold paint. That for a bit before I come back to it, because I don't want it to run into the gold paint. And I will get out the aluminum again and make yet another effort to clean up some of these rivets. Getting played with upstairs. They go between just manic behavior where they're playing with each other or with one of us to falling over and being like unconscious sleeping. And then all of a sudden they'll pop up. And when they pop up, they need to be taken out quickly because they almost immediately need to pee. We keep discovering that. It looked like there was more to clean up than that, but maybe not. Actually, that's all starting to look acceptable now. Pretty decent. I'm glad I did the green trim on the armor. It really helps break up the monotony of the metallic. Get the gold again, just a little touch of it. And clean up the tiny little lips, tiny little spots. That jewel looks good there. Pretty nice. Little fire jewel, and then the flames come out. Start out pretty hot and get cooler as they get along the edges here. Good color variation along them, I think. I think that's pretty good. I think I'm essentially done with this model. So, if ulseth Ralph ever becomes level 5, if that's allowed at some point. Flippy Goat, thanks for joining in. Yeah, we're going to be finishing up around, 10 minutes from now. But I'm just finishing up ulseth Ralph's level 5 character. If we ever level up, we'll see if that's a possibility sometime in the future. And if it is, he'll be coming on with his flaming long sword, which is a magical item, and his new plate armor. This was him before, wearing Tashira new leather armor, and the Tashira longsword with elven blade. But along the way, managed to get a magical one that is really quite effective unless something is immune to fire, in which case it's not. So, yeah, before and after. Kind of like this armor a lot better, though. I still have it. I carry it around just in case. But, and I actually used it as a disguise a while ago. But the plate armor is a little more effective in keeping me from getting hurt. So, yeah, that's that. What we will be seeing next will probably be the painting of Zoya Ansul and Nines, the Changeling Druid, and the Tabaxi Bard. What I'm going to do, though, before I wrap up, is before they start painting those, I've noticed as I look at it that there are like these little mold marks all over the place, like these, they're little spiky bits, that are not, sometimes there's like buttons, okay, but sometimes they are just little spiky bits that stick out and get in the way of effective painting. So I'm going to look these over, like here's one here, and trim those away so that when these figures are painted, they don't show up as flaws. So I'm being careful not to trim away things like little tassels. Right here, right there, there's just a lump that really shouldn't be there, so we will de-lump that. I'm going to spend a few minutes just going over these prints so that when they are painted next, they just don't have those things. Like here, I was unsure about whether those were maybe buttons on the back of the, but they're not. They're just little lumps like back there too, right in the crook of the shoulder. And it would show once it's painted, much more than it does when it's I'm glad you like the flames. Yeah, that should show up pretty well on camera, shouldn't it? Oh, I haven't painted the base. I completely forgot that he's actually standing on something. Well, that'll have to be another time. Seriously, I totally forgot about the base. I thought maybe, if I needed to fill a half hour or something, I could paint the rocks, but oh well, it'll be some other time. And this has a lot of good detail, like the lacing on the boots. That's pretty cool. Yeah, and there's another one of these little tag things that underneath the arm here. And you will, when that's painted, you'll really see that. staff. Victoria's staff has been, on the old model, broken more than once. This is a much sturdier staff, though. It's like a gigantic staff. You can probably do gigantic magic with it now. See, like that's not part of the finger or the thumb. So, yeah, I'm going to take some time here near the end of relaxing painting to not do relaxing painting, but doing relaxing model cleanup. Sorts of different angles because at every single angle I'm going to do nines as figure next. I noticed when I looked at nines that there are quite a few little bumps like that that we're not going to contribute to the flame on, yeah. Anybody says flame on, everything lights up. Because it's the same command word for everything that involves magic. So the flamey sword comes on. The self-heating cooking pot comes on. It all happens. That one's in a very helpful way. Okay, so let's do nines, especially on things that have supposed to have a smooth surface, like Crow Bachelor here. Nines continues to pull out the crowbar ineffectively, not nearly as good as like Vicious Mockery, which has turned out to be the most powerful and useful spell in the game so far. The enemies have just crumpled before the wit of nines. Usually involving "you suck," and that seems to be enough. Marsha's hideous laughter has proven to be very effective as well. Very powerful enemies just fall to the floor. Victim to basically the stupidest things. Stupidest jokes you can think of. Maybe that's why they were so effective. No one would have thought, who would possibly have said anything like that? I'm just cleaning up these little tags, these little things that'll, when they're painted, will show as a more serious imperfection. Get them in the bottom of the cloak here. These things that should be a smooth surface, they really pop out then. Sometimes if they're right at like a junction of one color and another, they can be exceptionally annoying. If you can't get the line, the delineation of the line smooth. Yeah, right on the inside of the cloak here. That's going to show from the front pretty considerably, so we want that gone. The other side doesn't have these little protuberances here on the cup, so I'm going to consider those to be flaws. Take those off. This lute is going to be a real challenge to paint. You get the strings, and you can even see the frets underneath the strings. That'll be something. These little wings that should be painted and contrasting in bright colors. Ends up painting this, they'll be challenged. Yeah, you don't see these in the back very much, but it's a pretty pronounced little flaw here. Try to take that off without the knife slipping and cutting my thumb. And there's this connection between the collar and the hat, which is definitely not a thing. It's a plastic too. Different angles until we get it cleared out. It was very specifically designed for 9s by the DM. Went to a fancy party. So we're going to have to get that description again, because I think it even very clearly specified what colors everything was, or most of it. And we want to capture that so that the colors are consistent with the narrative of the show. I think Zoria, we'll have to decide what colors her suit is. Okay, there's just a lot of stuff on this one. Things that needed to be scraped away. And there's even one up here in the hat. Just these little things that when it's painted, suddenly will show in a way that's not like these here. They're not like metallic bands, right? This would be like metallic buttons on the hat band. Stuff is not so good. When you look at it from the top, it's pretty clear. There's a little lump of plastic there that shouldn't be there. So for the most part, these models are extremely detailed, like the lute and the cat face. and even the feathers. But sometimes it's little remnants that are left over. When we start doing rosin printing, which we'll probably do before the end of the year, the printer's supposed to show up, I think sometime in the end of October maybe, once that gets set up and tested and everything. Yeah, we'll probably be dealing with the same sort of thing. It'll always just be just little bits here and there on a smooth surface, especially, that need to be trimmed. That's why we've got things like X-Acto. So I think I got this pretty well cleaned up. Some parts of this model will be really easy to paint, like that. Some won't. Oh, totally forgot that too. These are magic boots. These are magic sneaky boots. They give a +1 to stealth checks, and as such, should have magic sigils on them. So I had promised that I would paint a little sigil on either side, on the outside of the boots, to make sure that everybody knew how magical they were. And it didn't happen. So, yeah, this isn't done yet. I've got the base to do, and it's all full of like these little rocks and rubble and things, which makes it, I don't know why I picked that. I could have picked something simple like a wooden floor, right? Could be worse. It could be magic circle. Anyway, yeah. So I need to remember to paint the magic sigils on the sides of the boots, so that everybody knows that they're magic sneaky boots. But there we are. Come along pretty well, and the flaming sword is definitely a highlight. It definitely shows up. Welcome, Zach. Thank you for following us, and we will be back on Monday next week. I think every day next week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, from 10 until 2. I'm not sure who will be painting on which days. We'll see. It depends on whether we start having someone paint these other potentially level 5 figures or not. Or whether we start doing dungeon tiles again. Who's had sleep the night before, that kind of thing. And hopefully everybody who has watched us today will join in Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 10 until 2 as we continue our progression of painting future level 5 figures, Zoria Ansul and 9s at the Tabaxi Bard, and finish up Ulseth Ralph, the Firbolg Fighter. So Ulseth Ralph has come along really quite well, except for the parts that I forgot, which are all down at the feet. Base and magic sigils. And it looks like some touch-up, too, of possibly that olive drab kind of color. No, those are just irregularities in the print that are showing as a bright spot, not something that's the wrong color. So, magic sigils, base. Thanks, everybody, for joining in today. I hope that you found relaxing painting relaxing, including the part where we did a color chart. That was pretty cool, wasn't it? Look at those. From red to yellow. And yeah, if you can, join us for our Dungeons and Dragons campaign, which streams 2 o'clock on Sunday. That should be pretty exciting. We're entering a new phase, probably a continuing dangerous phase of the campaign. And if you can't catch it during the live chat stream on Sunday, feel free to join in on social media. Okay. So, Zach Fair, I know you kind of joined in near the end of this, but hopefully
you'll be able to continue following. We really appreciate that. Thanks, everybody. And we will see you on Monday and on our D&D campaign on Sunday. Take care.